No, I mean, maybe NVDA to the upside here over the, yeah. Hold on, traders. I'll be right back. Just give me a moment. I'm going to go 128 long NVDA. Okay, NVDA long 128. Unless it's a okay, we need to fix that somehow, Clifton. Let's see, 128 long. I'm looking for 130 on the upside here, NVDA, if we get it, unless it's a bull trap or a bear trap here. Okay, watch it. 128 entry here, 128 entry. Wow, AT&T just exploded to the upside. I am long NVDA, long NVDA. Interesting to see Apple being up today. Yeah, I've got small share size here. My plan is to add at 129. 125 will be my stop. The DVG is posted and it won't stop. $130 target NVDA. Microsoft inching higher too. I don't know. I mean, it's a big move down here this morning, so I don't know how much there is left to the downside. Meta, Mark, yep. VST to the downside. Let's take a look at Meta here. Okay. I like Meta under 625. Come on, NVDA. Okay, I'm going to take a big risky trade here. This is going to be a MetaTrade 630. MetaTrade 630, small share size here. I'll post it right now. Okay, so I've got no echo, and I just posted an alert. So something happened. Clifton's on it. Clifton's on it. Great. Okay. We said NVDA 125. Stop. No trade on Meta yet. Watching it, waiting. How about Microsoft for a short today? Okay, DVG's adding to his Oracle trade. Could be down just for the entire day. We'll see. No trade Meta. Microsoft's starting to come back up. Have to see if we actually roll over. Don't know that yet. No.
Sound check. Can you hear me now, Scott? Charlie, you can hear me okay? Charts, yes. Trent, thank you. You guys can see my charts as well. Right on. Awesome. Clifton, thank you for that. Look, I don't want to say too late to kind of share my pre-market stuff, but fundamentally, like, look, this is going to be a pretty volatile open. We see that already. I'm short names like CEG. I'm going to take a partial here in a minute, but watching 514.92 on the Qs, we're there right now. I want to see what it does. If we reject that, I'm going to load up on the put options on the Qs. Oracle, we're already short. If we break underneath this 167 level again, I'll add again. Tesla 402 is the level I wanted. I actually put some shares up there at 402. We got filled. I actually want to probably add underneath 398. It was a small
NVDA
size.
just sitting around here. May not be the greatest play, but we'll watch it here.
Scott,
So you that are in the MetaTrade, again, MetaTrade here at the 630. Just 100 shares I'm going to add at 632 break. Here we go. On Meta. Up in the left middle.
Right, we're going to add
Okay, I'm full share size now. I mean, small full share size now. Just 400 shares on Meta. Target's going to be 635 target.
CEG target 282. So we're almost there. I'm going to take a partial here pretty soon. Horseshoes and hand grenades. I'll take a partial on CEG. Nice opening trade here. If Oracle gets under 167, we're nearly there. I will add to that position as well. And then we just saw the Qs reject here. I'm going to wait for one more validation. So if we break underneath this candle below 50%, I'm looking at 513.95. If we get there, I'm going to start building a put option some put options here on the Qs. I'm ready to go. We're there. We're there now. Let's see if that holds. Let's see if that holds. That looks good. Let's build. Let's start. I don't know. I'll start with like 20. See if we can get to about 50. If we break down below 510, I'll make
target.
some mega bucks here.
META 635 target. Meta 125 even, and I'm going to be coming out of the NVDA trade.
Here comes Oracle, guys. Just added a little more to Oracle. We've got a decent position on Oracle.
Here, the Microsoft trade under 42750. I'll post this. 42750 Microsoft short. MSFT short 42750. Okay, so now we don't get the cash register sound, Clifton, but we don't get the reverb either, which is good.
Scott, can you hear me though? Scott, can you hear me? No. I know Fabricio, like it sounds like you guys can hear me, but Scott, I don't think can hear me. That's all right. Here comes CG. All right, I'm going to take a second partial here. Target there was 282, so if we get under 283, anything, I mean, we're there pretty much. So I'll wait for this break. If we get it, great. I'm going to take some off, and then let's see if we can get the same thing here on Oracle. Oracle, if we break under 166,
Nasdaq's down 700,
right
Dow's down 192, S&P down 110.
Print. So I'm going to wait for that break. Once we get that break, I'll take a partial.
Coming into the Microsoft trade with me here, short 427.50.
Okay, CG 282 print. That'll work for me. Taking some more off here. Beautiful, beautiful trade on CEG, guys. Beautiful trade. Mark, you can hear both of us and the cash register. The cash register is still going off? That's not good. Yeah, so I think, Mark, right now what's happening is maybe Scott doesn't
do this 7 minutes a day until February 1st.
I think we're probably getting an echo from maybe Scott's microphone, possibly. So we're trying to figure that out in the background right now. But
hi, everyone.
Go NVIDIA and Meta.
You probably can't hear me.
Meta 635 target, 635 target.
Don't forget
no trade
to like,
Microsoft.
Comment, and
no trade Microsoft.
And tap the 40.2-inch cream or decision. See the touch of the and hit a reached and brush angle and matte.
You're hearing a commercial now.
This bold presence of feet is a modern take on the classic GMT complication watch, designed for the globers while a few and ocean. 9. Modern. Number 4. Seiko Prospects. Save the Ocean. SPB 297.
Okay.
I don't know why I get the advertising and pops up here. I got to get rid of the pop-up piece as well. Okay, still looking good here.
I'm going to add to my put options.
Watch the Microsoft trade here. If you're into this trade, remember 427.50. 427.50.
If Tesla can break below 397, I'll add full size and let's see if we can take it down to 393. Here's the big thing, guys. Like, there's a bunch of crossovers happening this morning. We'll probably see some, opulent buying from retail this morning. People seeing a dip. Obviously, what I don't think people are talking about a lot is earnings. So any excuse to dump 12 or 10 to 15% on any stock, guys, is a little suspicious. And they're trying to blame it on this DeepSeek stuff, which I get it. It is a variable. But what we're not talking about is what's happening this week in earnings. And we have a lot of earnings this week, a lot. Boeing, Starbucks, SAP, Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, T-Mobile, UPS, Apple, Intel, MasterCard, Chevron, Exxon, Baker Hughes, Caterpillar, Comcast, Stryker, Cisco Foods, JetBlue. I mean, there's a ton of earnings this week. So, yes, on the one hand, this is why we take our partials, guys. Took our partials on CG.
Come on, NVDA, you can do this.
Still waiting on
635 target
Tesla,
Meta.
I may add if we continue to, 402. If we start breaking out, I'm going to get away from it. But I like this 402 print. Anyways, we'll get this whole like audio stuff worked out with Scott and I. But fundamentally, like
getting closer here.
I think we're going to probably do a little bit of dip buying here.
Dollar to go.
I don't know how long it's going to last, unless there's like a Trump bump of some kind. Where Trump comes in and says, hey, this wasn't supposed to be good, buy the markets. I don't know. But, I mean, it was a pretty big dump on markets. So, again, I'm having a little bit of both. I've got, a long position in JPM. OKLO, I'm still
NASDAQ
waiting.
down only 540 now.
Level.
Here we go.
Tesla, if it continues below
Big,
402,
now
we'll
Meta,
add.
come on.
But if it starts taking off to like, for close around 406, I'll probably give it to 404 and a half if it gets above there. But I do like this 402 as like an entry, so I don't mind. I'll let it play around a bit in this area. Okay, although I'll get out if we, start to spike here, but I don't mind. Willing to let it continue and come down here.
Now NASDAQ down 530. Again, we were down 800, right? Look at this big, huge move now on Meta. This is where I'm coming out. 635. We just hit it. Give me a second here. A little bit more on Meta, META.
Okay, that's what I was expecting in Oklo. Let's see if that holds.
60 cents to go,
not.
Meta.
Tesla still in it. Willing to add again. If we get below 402
Microsoft
again,
stop
I'm going to hit
loss,
it full size.
MSFT stop loss is going to be 429.50. Let's give it.
I don't mind having these put options on the Qs because they're super cheap right now. And if we come back through that 514.92, I may hold my size. Okay, OKLO. I can't add to a losing trade, but I do like this move, so I'll wait there. JPM, I may add a little bit here just because I don't mind. I like the financial sector right now out of all of them. In fact, let me pull up Goldman Sachs here as well. Kind of like Goldman Sachs here, 627. Let me see if I can get a market order in here. All right, I'm going to get in at 627, Goldman Sachs. Tight stop there. 627. By the way, I'm not trying to post the alerts because I don't know if that cash register noise is going to continue. So be on the lookout. I'm posting in the chat, guys. They're 515.
Meta's almost there. Again, about 70 cents or so on Meta. Still waiting
Goldman
for
Sachs
Microsoft
just
to roll
popped
over
$2. I like it. I'm going to add over 629. There we go. We're just going to add a little more. And then I'm going to go full share size on JPM if we get over that 200 EMA at 264.10, kind of right around my initial entry. Again, that was initial build. We saw the dip. It didn't get caught out. I maybe got an ad that was a little early, a little premature, but I want to see JPM and Goldman Sachs really rip today. And so we've got ads on JPM and Goldman Sachs. If we get above 264.25 on JPM, I'm going to really throw some size around on JPM. And then I've got another ad at 630 for Goldman Sachs. If we can get up there. Now here comes the ad on JPM here in a moment. But I want to see that validation.
Minus 500. This market could could possibly breathe a little bit to the upside. Still waiting on Meta. Hey, DVG, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, mate. 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 Yeah, mate.
Every time you talk, it repeats it. You repeat yourself, and I don't know what the deal is. I just unmuted, and maybe it's got to do with Obis. I don't know. I'm all ears, but I'm more all ears if NVDA takes off. Here we go with Meta. Again, 635 target here. Microsoft still has not come to the party yet. $0.40 to go now. 30 cents to go. Come on, Meta. NVDA just hanging out here at the bottom. DVG's hitting the Tesla trade here as well. I'm going to put Tesla up for everybody. You can follow DVG's trade here. Very nice. Nice move there. Okay, Meta's sound right here. I'm going to take the partial right here, 635.60, 635.60. I'm out 3/4 of the trade, just 100 shares left now on Meta. Okay, one winning trade into the day. That works out very nicely. And we will start with again, on the Microsoft trade here, we are short Microsoft and we are long NVIDIA. NVIDIA may be just dead today. We'll see. Yeah, still repeating itself. DVG, I can see you now, and I switched over to your screen, DVG. And if you try to say something now one more time.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Nope.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
I don't get it, but we'll work that out hopefully by tomorrow. Maybe a turnaround. We'll see. We'll see. I'm out of Microsoft. All shares out. Microsoft with a losing trade. I never had a chance to add to this trade. So small loser. And I'm coming out of all shares Meta, META, all shares Meta right here at the 638.70. 638.70. I'm out. All shares Meta. Okay, one winning trade, one losing trade, and I have NVIDIA. Hopefully to the upside here. Traders, I'll be right back. Just give me a moment here.
Okay. Me? I think there's something to do with a reverb of some kind. Likely on Scott's side. We'll have to figure that out. But can you guys hear me? Yeah, I'm looking for Goldman Sachs to break out. Literally, like, I don't know, 635. I don't know, just anything above its 200 EMA, which is coming up to right now. Beautiful trade so far. JPM, I'm looking for 265 plus print. Right now, Goldman Sachs, perfect entry. Let's see if we can maybe push up to 637. I don't know, but 635, kind of first target. JPM, anything over 265, I will take a partial. And then keeping an eye, if we come back down through 514.92 on the Qs, I will add to that on the put options. And then Tesla looking for a 402 breakdown. So we have our entry there. Kind of not adding to a losing trade at the moment, but you know, keeping an eye on it. I want to see it go back through that 402. If it does decide to break down, we're gonna load it. We'll load it up. Right now, though, definitely bullish on the financial sector. Not so much on the tech sector. So I'm looking for opportunities to short, starting with a few entry positions downside. You know, if they work out, great. If they don't, we'll get out of the way. I'm not here to fight the trade. So CEG, we took a nice, beautiful partial, almost 10 points, guys, on CEG. And that was like literally we got in, hit it for a full ad, maybe less than a point later, got the move we're looking for. Huge trade for me, CEG this morning. Tesla, slightly red on it. Oklo, also slightly red, but we'll see if we get this breakdown here. We'd love to add to this position to the downside. And then Oracle, we should have probably gotten paid down here. I was getting a little greedy on it, to be fair. Didn't pay myself on that. I was keeping an eye on some of these other names, but you know, we're still doing okay. As far as JPM, again, if I see anything in the 265 print, we'll take a partial. Goldman Sachs is pretty close to 635 print. I'm going to take a partial here in just a moment. Seth, I just think I'm kind of bullish right now in the financial sector, and I'll go into that a little bit later. I don't know how much time I have where we're not getting the reverb, but I could share that in a moment. Yeah, Ken, we got to figure that out. I think it has something to do with that. There's somewhere it's picking up a second form of audio, I think, in Scott's mic. Because like on my side, I literally have one mic, one set of headphones. That's it. There's no, you know, speakers anywhere. I don't have my, you know, mobile app open at the moment. So guys, keeping an eye on Tesla. 602 is my big level. We're coming through the 514.92 level. If we break that, so let's just call it 514.90. Market order, I'm going to add to my put options. Tesla under 402, we're getting close. I'm just going to double up my size there. GS, I'm going to go ahead and take a partial in just a moment. Actually, this is good enough. There it is, 635. Let's see if we get a little bit better on my market fill. Okay, that works. 635.02. That's a nice, beautiful partial there on Goldman Sachs. JPM, again, I'd like to see a 265 print. We just got over the close for a split second. Meta, I'm going to be watching like a hawk today because I'm not sure how confident I am on this, you know, their Llama open source AI trade. So being mindful there. And then Oracle, still waiting for a bigger breakdown. You know, probably if we see 166 again, I'll take some off. But, you know, I was really hoping for like a 165 snap. You know, the 16625 is pre-market low. So let's see. Microsoft, I'm kind of interested here at 427. So let's do it. 42760. Okay, 42760. If it comes back down and breaks the VWAP under 425 area, I'll probably hit it. And then here comes the Qs. So I'm going to probably add to my put options here in just a moment. Also watching Tesla for the add under 402. I missed it on that first break lower, but this is okay. This kind of gives me that retest. Like if we break that 401.77 next to it, I don't mind. Like this is going to be a market add anyways. Okay, there's the add on the Qs, guys. Let's see if we get a big breakdown. Looking for, I know 511.50 is big level, but if we break that 511.50, it's, I mean, 506, 507 is probably next target. So this could be a huge trade for me on these put options. Oracle, we're getting our move. Here comes Tesla. There it is. We just added a Tesla. Let's see if we get a big breakdown on Tesla. I want to see around 395. See if we can get it for about 7 points. And then we'll wait, be patient here and see how we end up. Microsoft again, I think could have between them and Meta. I get it's an AI trade. It's an excuse to, de-risk. And I don't know. I don't trust it. I think there is definitely some definitive retail traders that are trying to buy this dip, but big institutions that are trying to sell into risk, which is this week, for all the earnings. So not to mention big tariffs on.
I come out of the Microsoft trade and then it shoots right back down. Okay, the only thing else I'm in right now is I'm out of all Meta, all Microsoft, and the only thing I have is NVDA. And looking for a way to make hay on Tesla. Okay, let's see here.
All right, so you guys can still hear me, right? Just Scott can't.
Not yet, Marla. Not yet.
Okay.
I haven't played it yet. I have to take lessons. I have to do myself a favor and get tuned up before I go live on the air here.
All right, let's see if we can get our move here. Here we go. Okay, waiting for Oracle in around that 166 level. If we get there, I'll take some off. I'm not going to give back money there. Tesla, thought we would get the break.
We started 800 points down. Now we're down 500. But NVDA is going to take care of a lot of the issues with the Nasdaq. So as the Nasdaq goes, NVDA will go. Tesla's going to be a help here, but you've got all of the tech sector on its rear end this morning. Yep.
I'm going to probably take some off of JPM here just because we had a beautiful trade on Goldman. And we're getting the move now on Oracle. If I see a breakdown here to this, even 167 anywhere, I'll probably trim up, take a partial, pay ourselves first. It's rule number one after all. And if we get the follow through, great. But realistically, this looks great. I should see near the low of session. So I'll try to be patient here on Oracle. But again, low 167 to 166 print. I'm going to definitely pull some off in the 166 print unless we literally get a big red stripe on Oracle. We got the Qs sitting up here on top right. Tesla here. We're also in Microsoft. We're long JPM and Goldman Sachs at the moment. Waiting to see if we get the big pump here on JPM. Looking for, again, that 265 print. If we continue to reject that level, I will take some off just because maybe we don't get the follow through right now.
Come on. 125 break, and I'll be out of the NVDA trade.
All right. New home sales came out, 698K versus 669. So that looks pretty favorable. Looks like home sales are doing well. So that could help move markets a bit to the
Amazon
upside. We'll
looking
see.
great up the ladder here. Wow. Surprised NVIDIA's not joining. Well, no, I'm not.
Okay, let's see if we finally get this break on Tesla. I want to see a 395 print. That would be awesome. That would require the Qs to really come back to where we open, around 510, 511. So let's see if that happens right now. Looking pretty bullish on the Qs, to be honest. Still trying to hang tight on some of these positions to the downside, seeing if this is retail driven or institutionally driven. And I think based off that sell-off we saw pre-market, that's institutional money. That's not retail money. So if it was institutional buying this dip, I think we would have more candles looking like we had at the open. But that could be a mix of, maybe some people shorted on Friday and then woke up this morning up, 5-6%. And if they're using options as an example, they probably made a fortune. So, all right, let's see if we get this on Tesla now. I like this. It's at least going to try the VWAP, which is around 398 would be my guess. So I'm going to wait to see if we get, anywhere in an undercut, 398, 397. I'll probably take some off and then we'll let the rest enjoy the ride to the downside. Here comes Oracle. And Oklo, here we go. Let's see, OKLO, head to the downside. We still have some runners left in CG. Working beautifully, because we got in around that 290 print anyway, so we just saw it dance around.
Still
We'll
holding on
to break.
NVDA. 125 was my stop. I'm going to give it just a little bit more wiggle room right here. Well, there's no doubt that the NVDA can single-handedly take down the NASDAQ.
Here comes Tesla. There we go. There's some sellers stacking up. That's what I want to see. Come on, Tesla. And just move your sell price into a market order. There we go. Should see a drop here. See a break 400 on Tesla. There we go. Come on, come on. Okay, buyers.
I just can't hear DVG. If I turn it on now, if DVG says something now, we just
I can hear Scott. I can hear you. 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 Scott. I can.
So Marlo, when I turn DVG on, right, and he speaks, it echoes like 50 times. Correct? That's what you're hearing.
Yeah.
Let me know if that's true. Yeah, I know he said yes. Yeah. Clifton, do you get the echo as well? And Seth, yes, echo here too. Okay. All right. I know Clifton sent me a video on to help.
All right. Decision time. Again, with these put options, they're kind of like a a hedge, frankly, for Goldman Sachs. We already took a big partial in that 635 print. Beautiful trade. Got in exactly where we wanted to be and got paid exactly how we wanted to. So unfortunately, you guys have seen, been paying or been printing them here in the chat instead of up in the alerts. We're having some echo issues on that side as well. In fact, I'm going to try to post something as a test, 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 and then I'll put 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 test.
And we can make a song out of that, out of the deal.
So Clifton,
Okay, could be one winning trade, two losing
whatever
trades.
settings we
NVDA
have
could
now is
actually
fine.
turn me red here.
Like Scott and I can't hear each other, but we can figure that part out later. But at least we're not getting the echo and people can hear both of us.
I like the Tesla trade to the upside. I think that's already gone.
Okay, again, target on Tesla's around 398 for first partial, so about 4 points. If this moves against me, this one could hurt, but luckily we had a great trade in Goldman Sachs and JPM. And a monster trade in CEG this morning. So I'd love to see a 395 print. If we break this 200, which you see here, this yellow line, for those of you guys watching my screen, ideally I'd see a break under this. And if it does, then, maybe we get that 390 print. So happy to wait for that to happen if it does, but I'm going to pay myself on the way.
$430 Microsoft to the upside, this breakout channel here. I'm going to post it and take the trade here.
Yeah, I think right as Scott's posting that, I'll probably dump my Microsoft if it does that.
DVG, maybe you can mute OBS. I don't know if that's possible, and just come into the room with the normal video and not through OBS. Maybe see if you can do that. Just use your camera in the normal room or into my projection here. Yep.
Can you hear me? Marla, yeah. Might have to. I mean, I'm trying to be patient this morning with something as volatile as we've seen this morning. I'm totally fine with, seeing a little bit of red before I see a bunch of green. Like Goldman Sachs, we got paid big time. JPM, we, took some off here, this higher 264 print. We're getting a rollover now in the Qs that I wanted to see. CEG now breaking down. So my runners are printing there. I don't mind it. Oracle, still waiting to take a big partial on Oracle. Haven't done it just yet. So if we get down to that 166, 167 level, I probably will. And then Tesla, we're up about
I'm out of the NVDA trade with a loss. I've turned my day red. It was green to start the day. Now red. And Microsoft is going to be 430. I'm going to get this.
Yeah, Rick, I was already in JPM, but yeah, I kind of like it in and around this level too. It's not bad.
Okay, here is my my alert here. I'm going to go long
Oracle,
Microsoft right here at 430 break, MSFT. Long at 430. I'll take small share size to start, add at 431.
CEG now at 280. If I see anything with a 27 in it, I'm going to take some more off of the CEG trade. We should get it here. All right, I'm going to trim some here on CEG. Beautiful trade. I think there's still more room to the downside, and I'll let the runners do their work. But just took another partial on CEG. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Oracle still on the fence. I'm waiting to see where I'm going to take a partial here. I'd like to see a session low, but that greed got me in trouble earlier today. So let's see if we get a 166 print. I will trim up that position. Let's see if we get the 395. I want to see an undercut below.
Watch our Microsoft trade now, MSFT. I love the formation of the stock, the 430 breakout.
All right, we should see an acceleration here on the Qs, guys. We are now up big time on these put options. This is what I like to see. Here comes the 2.7 print on CEG. I will wait to see how far we go. It definitely has a ton of room to the downside. Obviously, we could bounce here. Psychological level being at 280. So let's see what happens. You know, we got paid on the way down here, so that's fine. Oracle, what do I do? What do I do here? Do I wait for session lows? What do you guys think? Rule number one, pay yourself first, right? I do think there's some more in the tank to the downside, though. Here comes Tesla. I see a 395 print. I'm going to take some off here.
Okay, those of you that are looking at getting into Microsoft, got about 70 cents to go now on the Microsoft trade. Market getting a little bit worse. NVDA at the bottom of the day.
Okay, Oracle, if it does not break on this candle right here, I will take partial. Let's see what the Qs are doing. Pretty gross. Pretty gross. It's a pretty strong level of confluence here. Get your anchored view up from this big drop right at the 200. So if we break this level, guys, we are going down in a hurry. If we hold this level, maybe we bounce and try to move higher. So kind of where my head's at. Still trying to be patient here on Tesla. Oracle, it's got 3 more seconds. I need to see a red candle or I will take a partial off of Oracle straight. Again, still a winning trade. Just really wanted to see a little more follow through on some of these short positions. CEG is unbelievable. We're up almost 13 points on that. The argument could have been like, hey, at 290 add again, but I didn't. But wow, huge trade now. 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 Huge trade now.
Yep. Yeah, we should just throw the Qs on here as well. I'll put it where CEG is up here. Market getting worse as we speak. Maybe we roll over, maybe not. We'll see. We've had a nice little move up this morning. That's what triggered me to the upside on some of these stocks. See if NVDA stops here and kind of buoys itself, and then Microsoft to run higher. Microsoft is going to be my only trade here if we get into it.
Okay, CEG's down at 277. I will take a partial here in just a moment. Let's see, this could be the undercut. Maybe we get a 276, 275. Let's see how scared people get on CEG. Here we go. Looks nice. Okay, taking some off. All right. Do the same thing right now with Oracle. Okay, that looks good. I'm still waiting on Tesla. I don't know. This one I could go back to my entry and be okay with just dumping it if it moves against. But I really want to see Tesla break down. I think they've got a lot of headwinds to deal with. And ironically, Trump stopped a bill for building EV charging stations. So now there's a bunch of charging stations that are like halfway done. So kind of interesting to see what happens with that.
Come on. 5 cents to go, Microsoft here. We're in the trade and we're long MSFT at 430. Long MSFT 430.
BA looks interesting. Really interesting. CEG monster move now. That's just I'll let the rest run. But maybe take some more off at 275. Maybe. You know, I just look, guys. We've talked about this for at least a month. Okay. I would say don't believe everything you hear on the news. Frankly, I know I'll probably hopefully not get canceled on that, but
Come on.
here's the reality. Like, we have a ton of earnings this week, and they're making this about this deep seek.
Big time move now. 432 target Microsoft. 432 target Microsoft.
I think this whole deep seek stuff, if anything, if it's real, it's going to have an effect on Microsoft and Meta because they're the ones playing in that space. Obviously, Meta moving really high today, seeking new all-time highs. But they have an open source framework called Llama, right? And then OpenAI's partnership is with Microsoft, which this deep seek thing kind of upends that whole optimism. And, you know, because someone found a way to do it better or cheaper. So all this hype about, hey, we need more energy for data centers and all this other stuff, and it's expensive, and NVIDIA chips and all this other stuff. Now people are scratching their head going, is that real or not? Well, the trouble I'm having is, it's like, how convenient it happens when Japan increases its rate for the first time ever in like 17 years. That happened on Friday. And now we have like literally one of the biggest earnings weeks of the year coming up. You know, 5 of the Mag 7 report this week. You have interest rate decision on Wednesday, which coincides with a bunch of earnings this week. So, and the Q's right now looking pretty bullish, to be honest. Like, I'm not really loving these put options right now, but maybe we test the top. If that becomes double top and we start to retreat again, I may add even more to those put options. If we start breaking out,
Look good for a minute. 2 points to go. Microsoft. 2 points to go on Microsoft. DVG, any way to come into the room with just without Obis?
I could try it. Let me
Hey, DVG, one of the things I could do is I could come off of Obis and go into the room normal without using Obis and just try it to share a screen and then have my video in the room. What do you think?
Mike.
Okay, let me try that. Traders, I'll be, let me try this real quickly here.
Yeah, I don't think it's on. Clifton, can you hear me?
Okay, now, let's see. Now, can you hear me now? Sound test in the room. You see the screen, right? You see the screen. You don't see me. Let's see if we can get DVG in here now.
Yeah, let's see. I'm just on my microphone. No
I can hear
camera.
you. Yeah, no camera here either. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
All right.
Good morning. Happy Monday.
What's going on?
Now, let's see if I can make this work somehow, some way. So if I click on video, it shows OBIS because I have it configured for OBIS. I wonder how I take that off, or if it's even important right now. What do you think?
No, we'll get to that later. I think
Okay.
let's keep it the way it is. In fact, I'll close this out. I can see your screen, which is good.
Okay,
Let me see if I can
screen's
share
on.
my screen.
Yeah, screen is on, room is good. You can hear me, you can't see me. You don't need to see my ugly face anyway. You know what it's like.
Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen in the meantime.
Yeah, do your screen too. And then the traders, okay, there's DVG's screen. Now yours is really, to me, it's really cloudy, really unfocused. Well, there, it's getting better.
All right. Can you guys hear? I'm not echoing, right?
No, you're not echoing. You sound great.
Okay, let me post the trade. I think there was some kind of reverb on your end or something with the microphone or speaker or something. I don't know what's going on because I haven't changed my settings at all.
Right.
From initially getting set up. So
yours is perfect. You can hear me. You're streaming off of OBIS, correct?
yeah.
Okay. So everything's perfect here. Should I leave and try to stream on OBIS and see if we get the reverb? And if we do, then we know it's on my side on OBIS, correct?
Yeah, if you want. I think right now, let me see. Let me go to your screen. I can see your screen, however you're sharing it.
Yep.
Currently.
Yep. I'm sharing it not through OBIS. So let me try that. You take over. I'll be right back here. Let's see.
Sounds good.
Yep.
All right. So we're waiting for Scott. Don't worry, guys. Pardon the technical stuff. We're ironing it out. We're getting it perfect. So appreciate y'all being patient. But so big thing. Here's the cues. Top right corner. You guys can see this okay on my screen, hopefully. Notice crossover, 55-200, boom. Once that broke, straight down. Saw a huge move here in the pre-market. What do we do when we see this? Two things. One, we get our anchor VWAP, throw it on that to get an idea of where things are trading, when they're under and over. So even in pre-market, we're looking at cues moving higher. Now I'm watching this level of confluence to break lower. Now, if we support there, then we've got a chance of pushing higher. But the first thing we do anytime you see a big move like that is you want to measure top to bottom. Right? Let's go there. Make it easy. Top to bottom. There you go. And then mark your 50% retrace level. We're there right now. So it's very common to see a 50% retrace. Now the question is, do we close the gap, continue to push higher? Well, it's like I said before, I'm not so bullish on it, frankly, because we saw what happened with Japanese interest rates, the yen, right? So that last time we saw that, August 5th, let me go big chart. Let me see if you guys could see this. Let me know when you can see my screen. I'll get rid of some of these indicators and drawings. Sure. You guys can see that? Is that easier to see? So August 5th, I think was the day right there. Is that right? Yeah, August 5th. So here's your day where the carry trade happened, right? Where we finally ended up seeing a bounce at some point. But what's interesting, if you start looking and understanding, like, where's your RSI levels, where's all your, where was the VIX trading on that day, and you start overlaying them on top of each other. Obviously, you saw at some point it picked back up, but frankly, we're seeing strength in the dollar after that point. So for them raising rates on Friday, we saw what happened, right? Bit of a pullback on Friday, even after a decent open. But as soon as people realize, hey, Bank of Japan raising rates, that could have an impact on margin interest loans, etc., which is part of the reason I was long today on Goldman Sachs. Even names like IBKR, I liked for moves to the upside today in the financial sector, frankly, because they are making money off of an area people they were kind of underestimating as far as opportunity, and that's in margin loans. So happy to go into that at some other point, but fundamentally, like that was a big reason why, Goldman Sachs absolutely crushed, IBKR absolutely crushed, and there's a lot more optimism around deal making because of the meeting they had with Davos last week. So again, it's just a lot of information to process. I know that this week, though, if I can grab my earnings chart, let me see if I can pull it over. So super important to note, like, go ahead and take a screenshot if you haven't already, but there's a lot of companies reporting this week. And it's just really important to note that, like, Wednesday, after the close, you have Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, IBM, Lam Research, ServiceNow. Thursday, you've got Apple, Intel, Visa, and several others. So, like, it's just a big week. Paired with this, I'm not going to call it, fake news per se, but this news around DeepSeek or whatever it's called. I don't know. Just for me, it felt more of like an excuse to just take money off the table. It's like right now, even my Q put options, I'm still in it. I don't really mind letting it bounce a little bit. I probably could have waited for that 50% retrace before I got in. That would have been the right thing to do, but I want to get in just in case, hey, we broke down and that was that. So I'm still open to adding even more if we continue the breakdown. Anyhow, overall, though, we've got some great trades. JPM, glad we took our partial. I still don't mind hanging on to it. It's not a very expensive trade for me right now. And then Goldman Sachs, same thing. Like, we took a partial. Still waiting to see if, like, people decide to make the shift and get out of tech and get into financials. We always talk about the two big sectors you want to see that prop up markets. Anybody remember what they are? Anybody? I was also pretty bearish on IWM today. Fear of potentially hiking rates. So we saw a big drop here and a retrace all the way back to its entry. What this tells me is institutional money is still optimistic here. However, I think the idea of let's keep an eye on IWM and KRE for anything to do with interest rates. So if we hear interest rates going lower, KRE and IWM. If we hear that they're going higher, KRE, IWM, and they're inverted. So rates go up, IWM tanks. That's how I'm looking at it. Again, I do like Amazon. Out of all the big tech names, I like Amazon. Google can be interesting, but the trouble with Google is, like, now with these, DeepSeek, and you've got OpenAI, and you've got all these other companies. Like, at what point are they going to just take over Google's search business? You know what I mean? So that is definitely something to consider.
Okay, DVG, can you hear me?
Yep. 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 Yep.
Uh,
Yep. Yep.
um,
Yep. Yep. Yep.
okay.
All right. It's definitely OBS.
Okay. You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So it is definitely with OBIS. When I go to OBIS DVG, I don't know why, but it gives us that echo. So I'll talk on OBS, and then when the first word that you say, just it echoes like 1,000 times, and it doesn't start. It's like playing a loop.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But we're back now. So you've got the face for video, so you can take the face. I'll talk as you go. Those of you that are in, can you put Microsoft up though on one of the charts there, DVD? I am long Microsoft right now, and I took the Microsoft trade as posted here in the room at 4:30. We're now up over 4:33, and my target's 4:34. This trade right here will get me green for the day, back green. So one winner, two losers. This is about ready to be two winners, two losers, and back on track financially, money wise. Meta over yesterday's close.
Yeah, it's chasing all-time highs, Meta.
Yep.
And worth noting, they report this week, earnings this week. It's a big week for these tech names.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Does
argument there is
NVDA report this week as well?
no, they report in like a month or so, 3 weeks maybe.
Okay.
But like 5 out of the Mag 7 report this week, and Netflix is already in. And Netflix, had a pretty good report. But between Wednesday and Thursday, most of the big tech names are going to report. So while we did see this big sell-off, I mean, maybe it's an opportunity for people to buy this dip. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, right? Every dip seems to be bought. So it is, however, a really, really, really big sell-off. And I think it coincides with, frankly, margin calls. We saw it on August 5th. People are blaming it on this DeepSeek, or whatever it's called, DeepSeek technology, which I don't know. I think it's an excuse to take some profits and cut markets down a bit because people had to pay a ton of money in margin calls potentially in the carry trade. But it's the same story we saw on August 5th. It's the same story. Japan increased its interest rates first time in whatever it is, 17 years, and they did that on August 5th. They came back and said, no, just kidding. We'll wait. And as soon as it did, we saw the markets rally again, right? But this time they're not saying we're going to wait. They're saying, hey, we're raising rates. It's time. So you're seeing some optimism in Asia markets. Keeping an eye even on like names like Baba, PDD, and a few others. I'm going to go ahead and close out my rest of my CEG trade. It's a beautiful trade, but yeah, keep an eye on Baba, PDD, JD. And then the big one for me is FXI in for China, for Chinese stocks.
Okay, I'm going to take it off right here. 433.20. I'm going to come out of the 433.33. I'm going to take it off, take 3/4 of the trade off on Microsoft. That's over a 3-point trade. That'll get me back to the green. We'll leave the last 100 shares on there to see if we get anything more to the upside. Yeah, I do believe NVDA is probably done for the day, right? I don't think we're going to see a big, huge bounce today. Market's still down 400. We've, quite fairly though, we've trimmed the deficit of the Nasdaq. We were down over 800 at the start of the day. Now we're down 400. And listen to this: the Dow just turned green, so all might not be lost.
So here's I'm going to do a broken wing setup here now, basically with what I have now. Q's under this 516.75 break. If we get below that, it'll give me some protection to the upside if we continue to move higher. So I'll take a little bit of a loss on the initial entry or put options that I grabbed, but I don't trust it. Still in the Tesla trade.
Good for you.
Yeah, no, but I'm short Tesla, not long.
Oh, you're not. Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you were long Tesla. I was going to say that's great, man.
yeah. The only thing I have long right now is JPM and Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, I really like the Microsoft trade here for sure.
Okay, here come the Qs. What do I do with that DK right now? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna mess around with a couple more options here on the Qs, see what happens here. What else? AVGOs just get slammed today. Jeez. Okay, I got stopped out on the Microsoft trade initially, but I kind of like what it's doing here, 431 to the downside. Let me see if I post this, if we get that ring again.
Okay. Nope. Perfect.
All right, good. Okay, here we go on the Qs. So for those of you guys, I don't know if this helps. I know some of you guys like to see this before when I post it. If you don't like it, I could take it off my charts. But basically, here's your short position. There's my risk tolerance, short position, risk tolerance. And now we'll take here on Microsoft. That's close enough. And this would be stop right above here. And target will be, yeah, about there. That's good. And then I'm going to pull up Goldman Sachs here just because JPM is, kind of a slower mover. But this is like one of the long positions I had here, around 629. Same thing, and target was right up there. So we took our first partial. Now, essentially, I'm going to wait to see if we get out and break out over, 640 on the runners for Goldman Sachs. Letting a lot of these trades work out, trying to be patient. I mean, I know realistically on the Qs, I knew I wanted it, like I was going to give it at least a 50% retrace. We'll probably overshoot, so I'm not surprised to see this. So that pink line there is that 50% retrace we drew together. But now I'm expecting to see a follow through on the pre-market move. And if it doesn't, now I know where my stop's going to be for sure on the day. So again, 50% retrace, overshoot, like, sometimes I call it undercut or overshoot. This to me is an overshoot. Now, if we never see that top again, perfect. It means I can load up all my short positions and let markets kind of take over and push to the downside. So that's kind of the plan right now. What other stocks do you have, Scott?
The only thing I'm holding on to right now is the Microsoft trade.
Okay.
And I'm possibly looking at a Tesla move as well, depending, it's about to close the gap on Tesla to the Monday's or Friday's close.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be a player over that. I think it's what, 50. Let me just see here, 505. 505. Yeah, around 505, 506, 506. I'd be a player.
Yeah, the nice thing about days like today, it's super volatile, which is great as traders. That said, it's a perfect day to like get really good at knowing, hey, if I'm wrong, I'm out. Hence why even like say, for example, in the Qs, for me, that was more of like a hedge using options. So I don't mind that as much as like, say, for example, if I'm holding 800 shares of Tesla and it's moving to 410 and I'm in at 402, like that could be really painful. So we talked about kind of how I'm trying to this year utilize options to kind of enhance my trading abilities, et cetera, improving alpha. We'll see. In fact, I'm setting up an account right now just for options.
Oh, good.
Like just to trade options. So
who will you do that through?
Interactive Brokers.
Yeah.
So I'm working with them right now, getting that set up. I mean, they'll probably end up getting all my business, but I'll have like two separate accounts. So one that I'll just trade for options, the other one, equities. I'm tempted to really kind of load the boat if we see a 515 print here on the Qs. What I really want to see is rotation into two sectors, one financials and the second in like healthcare, because that'll tell me there is a genuine flight to safety and risk off. What we didn't talk about today is names like Coinbase and names like MSTR. And the big reason I'm not talking about them right now is I don't want to hurt people's feelings when I tell you I think the Bitcoin / whatever hype is going to die down for a bit.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a buyer of Ethereum, likely down in the 2100 range when we get there. I own Ethereum down at like 1200, 1100, and 1200. So we'll see if we get there. If we do, I'll bite. Otherwise, I'm not touching it. I mean, NVIDIA right now, 118. It's probably where I think we're going to see actual buyers. You might find some nibblers on the way down, but 118 is probably the next big tranche. And Meta just really hit a stride today. I think there's optimism around Llama's capability, which it is open source, which makes it quote unquote free. the implications, short term, long term. Obviously, they talked about spending, I think, what was it, like $65 billion in investing in AI infrastructure. Which for me, I'm like, hey, I'm waiting. I'm not going to short it yet, but I'm waiting.
Right.
You know, as it pushes higher, I'll be waiting there to short it because all that's capex expenditure, and you're basically what we're going to see now. I think is the battle for platform dominance, one, and two, adoption. You know, is it OpenAI that continues to? It's kind of like the Intel story. You know, they had all the chips and all the boundaries, etc., but they were slow to the draw, and NVIDIA took off, and Intel didn't. Like, is that the same story with OpenAI? I don't know. My pro or anti AI? I think the safe answer is I'm all for it. I mean, I think look, the genie's out of the bat, you know, out of the lamp on AI. I think there's a little too much optimism around it, but it is. I mean, it is what it is. It's like I've been in the AI space for a really long time, like in machine learning and stuff. And I love the space. I'm excited about the space. I love that people are optimistic about it now. Heck, I was involved when people were like, you know, thinking it's the silliest, nerdiest thing ever. But ultimately, it's machine learning, right? Like AI is basically our way of, you know, using a fun little buzzword for how we interact with machine learning models because they are super geeky and super nerdy and difficult to use, to create, etc. And with the advent of things like OpenAI, it makes it easy to interact with it, which then, you know, gives people some optimism and kind of almost like this, oh, wow, magic, right? That said, it's not 100% accurate all the time. It's always growing. Data sets matter. Model strength and latency is going to be an issue, right? Like there's just a bunch of stuff that goes with it. And I think that most people right now think that, you know, AI is the answer for everything, and it's not. It's really not. It's really right now, I think it's at its infancy stage for commercial use. So it's likely, you know, it's going to grow in the future. But like military applications, we've been using it for years in military, just nobody knows about it. But fundamentally, like a large language model it's very difficult to create, but once it's created, it's kind of there. It just gets better. It's almost like the difference between an infant, like being able to speak, we'll say as an infant versus a toddler versus like a teenager versus college grad. Like your LLMs are going to be the same thing. And what's interesting with LLMs is it's just the difference of being able to improve latency and improve compute power. That's all that is. And so what's great is I think that that's a good thing for all of us because it'll help with productivity. I think the downside is that it will give people a crutch more so than they should have. So that's a question mark. But I don't know if it's going to, you know, take everybody's job and whatever, like everyone's thinking. I think it's just going to, like, if you embrace it, you're going to get better at your job or you're better at your whatever you're into. But if you ignore it, you're going to be left behind. That's fundamentally what my thoughts are. Like, but it doesn't, everyone thinks like, oh, just get an AI for that. Like, it's not an easy button. It's not just like, you know, I mentioned the genie out of the lamp. It's not the answer for everything though. There's other ways to do things, you know, especially when it comes to tech. Sometimes you just need business intelligence. Sometimes you just need analytics. Sometimes you just need tables, you know, you don't need AI for everything. But yeah, I know that's a long-winded answer, Marlo, but definitely, I'm excited for what's coming with AI. I just think that a lot of people are claiming to be pundits in the space and have like no idea what it is to like build AI models and things like that. So anyway. Right on, Jim. Appreciate it. Yeah, I still got my Tesla short. Let's see what happens. I'm just, you know, keeping an eye on it. you notice I have these levels marked off, like the 406.38, and we came up, rejected it immediately. So if it kept carrying through there, I'm out. But I figure that we're going to likely try to push the limits here. Now, if we go and do that again, I'm going to take that as a loss on Tesla. But I really want to see a 395 print now. Now that I've been patient, I know we could have taken a partial here at this like 397, 398 print. Now I for sure want 395 or better to the downside. And same thing with the Qs. The Qs, I want to see a session low. I'm going to hold it until I do, because they're options, and options you kind of have to give them a little more leeway, in my opinion. Plus, these expire in a couple days. Right on. Yeah, cool, Marla. Yeah, where I'd like to see more of like AI advancement is like as far as use cases go, are I think once you start seeing it in healthcare, it'll scare people, but I actually think it's a great area. I'll give you an example, and I think part of the reason too, even like with Meta, it's funny, they're talking about a use case that it was part of 12 years ago. So we actually took like x-rays, like images, and you run AI models to find like, potentially like, is this a tumor? Is this? Is it like, you know what I mean? Like you're identifying, hey, like let's work with the different radiologists and identify like where those anomalies are and detect those anomalies inside the x-rays. Well, back then it was really expensive to do it because, you're running models against CPU, RAM issues, storage issues, etc. Well, now that same thing you could do, relatively inexpensive. And if you take years and years and years, like let's say you go to any medical institute, they've got years of storage data that you could train off of. And the idea though is you can now identify anomalous behavior in healthcare that maybe a doctor might miss, right? Even though they have a trained eye, like this can look at things, from a pixel level versus a doctor might identify it, on a different level. And I think that that's kind of an exciting thing. The issue there is like, you don't want to have misdiagnosis, but I think once you get that hardened and utilize that more, I think it's going to get really exciting when you see AI in the healthcare space, because innovation will happen a lot faster in that space. And I'm kind of excited to see, what use cases come out of that. But I don't know. I'm not fooled by like today, DeepSeek, this, that, like everybody's super hyped up about it. And I'm like, it's an excuse to unravel a carry trade, to not panic markets or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, and does that carry over and sabotage NVDA for the long term? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like to me, it's a good opportunity to buy.
I agree. I mean, I think like for me, any of these pullbacks, like, I don't know. We talked about it, about a month ago. There's like the short, mid, long-term approach. Obviously, we're traders, so you want to be able to trade what happens on a daily basis as well. But you tell me. I mean, a 12% pullback in Nvidia. What is it now? Almost 14% pullback. Here's what's terrifying though. For those of you who think that a 15% move can't happen on a name like Nvidia, look what happened today. I mean, that move is worth billions of dollars, like billions with a big, huge B. And the question becomes like, well, where are you going to find real buyers? And the only kind of, I would say, optimism that I saw in markets today could be something like, Trump makes a comment or something like, hey, why are markets pulling back? Or, whatever, I'm using tariffs like I said I would. And but I'm like, look, Colombia, not the best company to slap a 25% tariff on. You know what I mean? Like they're a pretty, good import export for oil and gas for us. And I don't know, there's just stuff like that like there's an impact. Everything has an impact. And the big one for me is the Japanese carry trade, which I just don't think anybody wants to call it that anymore. But it's the same exact story on August 5th, we're seeing it now. It happened on Friday. I was short markets on Friday actually during went to that wedding I was mentioning. By the way, it went off without a hitch. It was amazing. But I don't know. I think some of this it's very real. I'm not going to be willing to midterm, long term buy anything until Nvidia gets below $100 if it ever does. Ethereum, same thing. I'll probably buy some down at 2100. Everyone's like, "There's no way it's going to 2100." Waking up today, where did I get? You got below 3000 today. Let's see. Just right about 3000. So again, same thing with the Qs, guys. You guys see where I'm at. I do not expect another bounce. Like maybe in here, maybe like right around here, bounce a tiny bit. But I don't think we bounce higher. I think we go this and then this. Maybe there's some other chop on the way down, but I think there should be a definitive direction, and that direction is down. And let me mark this. What's there? So there's your previous all-time high, 514.92. So we're watching that level. Let's see if we get a breakdown. If you guys remember, I was waiting to get in here. We started building a put option position. Once we broke down, we added, then we bounced, waited, created a broken wing strategy, and then we move higher, then added more put options basically as we broke this level. So right now, I am favoring one direction, and that's down. Tesla down, Microsoft down, except for JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. I'm looking for a breakout in Goldman Sachs. I don't know why that shows up there. And JP Morgan. We already paid ourselves on JP Morgan up around here near the close. So if we take off, great. But if we don't, that's fine. But Goldman Sachs really looking to see some a bigger push.
Yeah, traders, right now I'm in nothing right now. NVDA, fresh new lows and running lower. Rolling over just a bit in the triple Qs right now.
I'm going to take a partial on Microsoft in a minute too. Anywhere near this, right here, this yellow line, anywhere near that. So 427.5 ideally. But if we break 428, I'll take some off. It's a nice quick trade, a couple points. Here comes the break now on the Qs. I want to see it really gain some momentum underneath the white line. So that's your anchored VWAP from the move last night. If we bounce from there, maybe we test this 514.92 and hopefully reject so we continue to move to the downside. But if we get strong above there, then I'll get out of the way and let's get long the markets. Just taking a little longer today, unfortunately. All right, Marla's saying, biggest risk I see with so many people trying to push the boundaries of AI. Surely it's only time before one of them goes rogue. Well, it depends. It depends. Most of the models are being built and then put in a cage or an API call, which really helps restrict exposure to nefarious behavior. Now, obviously, if you have a data set large enough to train a model, then yeah, of course you can build one to go rogue for sure. But right now, what they're trying to do is create, I think, the next phase, similar like we talk about security. So names like, if you guys remember CrowdStrike, remember that breach or whatever, with CloudStrike, Cloudflare, you've got, there's a bunch of different names in that space specifically for security. and it spawned a bunch of different. By the way, hold on, I'm gonna take a partial here on Microsoft. Let's see if I get the 427 print, please. Okay, we're in there. Let's see a little more, a little more, a little more. There it is. There's a partial on Microsoft. Nice trade there. We should
Yeah,
get it here
beautiful.
now on Tesla finally. Sorry, Scott, you were saying?
No, beautiful trade. Nice.
Thanks.
NVDA fresh lows.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't worry. Anything's possible, Marla. I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't. We might be a little bit ways away from that. That is the interesting thing about it. But that now you're talking like nanotech, that's another whole other segment. There are people doing a lot with that, but we won't dive into that today. I'm definitely keeping track of that though. In fact, there was something they were using nanotech for checking the validity of corn harvests, which is fascinating because normally it took like a week to get responses from that, and then they use this nanotech. Literally, like you could just take a little bit of corn and right there on the spot for like let's just call it $50. You could check it versus $5,000, and it allowed people to move those commodities more effectively and efficiently. And I think there's going to be a lot more of that. But as far as mutant AIs and this that, I don't know. That's like I said, anything's possible, but I just don't know. I think the next big thing, as I was mentioning, is I think there'll be a big push for responsible and explainable AI. The trouble is like, how do you do that? So I think the big cohort right now, like the Metas, the Microsofts, the Googles, the Amazons of the world that are creating a lot of these shoppable AI components, I would call it. They're trying to put parameters in their AI models to explain why an answer came about. Okay, based on these three things is why, and then they'll cite the different documents maybe they pulled it from, or information they gathered it from, or images they gathered it from, to explain that. Well, I think there's going to be a lot more emphasis on that, especially from a legal standpoint, because people are going to want to own the IP associated to those AI components. So like on the one hand, you're paying Meta for, let's just say, use of their API, or Microsoft, or use of the API, or OpenAI, whatever, right? But who owns the output? And if it's used in a commercial manner, or let's just say you use it to design a logo, and like who owns that?
Right.
So there's a lot of interesting questions that haven't been answered yet. The good news is it's exciting. The bad news is, if it gets in the wrong hands, obviously AI can be a powerful tool for good or bad. But right now, for the most part, it's being used for good. But putting those boundaries, I think, are going to be super important. I think there's going to be a huge tech boom around that. And then, sorry, Vikas, you just asked me VST 132. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like get to 132? That's your target? Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, no problem. I don't have anything else going on right now.
I just want to see something real quick. So it's 15%. 28%. Okay. Hmm. Wow. Okay. That's your thinking. Okay. On BST. Okay. Are you already in the position, Gus? Hey man, it's CG was kind of the same trade. Here's the issue I have with like VST CG. I think they're not going anywhere. I think all this dip that's happening at some point is going to be, you could buy it. If you guys remember, I bought CG down at like 232. Had a couple runners that got us up in the 300s, which was an unbelievable trade right back here. If you guys remember that. But there's no guarantees on names like this. I think power is still going to be a necessity. I think we maybe find some stabilization in around, I know this is a big zone, but let's just say from here to here, some price stability here. And we saw it back here at this 220 to 230 area for a long time. So, this could be an area to start looking to buy stuff. But because the acquisition happened right here, you kind of see where that optimism was built in. And then, FOMO came in. So let's just call it maybe 265 is realistically an area we may go hang out at for a while. Does it happen today? Does it happen in a week? Who knows, right? We're already down 20% on a name like that. And VST is very similar. So VST being back, 26%. They don't have nearly the same balance sheet. Still same, need from a power perspective, but they don't have the same balance sheet as CG. So hope that helps. You're in at 152, right on. Yeah, I'd definitely be, paying yourself on the way. Like we did with CG. I mean, I think I took it for 10, 12 points, and then now we just got runners dancing. So kind of like the 290 and change. Like right around here. Got paid here, got paid there, and then now we just got runners left. What a huge move on Meta, though, guys. Unbelievable. I'm keeping an eye on it. See if we peak out today. I may be able to take a scalp for 5 or 6 points. We'll see. Keeping an eye on Elevance today. They had earnings last week. I'd say pretty good from revenue perspective. EPS not so great. So return to the shareholders not really there, but forward outlook was pretty optimistic around Medicare, Medicaid type stuff. UNH. I don't know, maybe just kind of benefiting from some of that move. I don't know, guys. What do you think? I'm thinking about shorting IWM big time. What's that, 227? Let me take a look at what those options chains look like. I may just do a big option spread. Let's see if we can make some money on it. I'm going to call it the 31st. So it's a Friday. Is that right?
Yep.
Let me see if I can go out a little ways. $227, $225. Okay, guys, keep it on the cues. I think it's a takedown coming. I may
Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to give me a good time to depart DVG because I don't see anything else I want to start to play in here this morning. May check back this afternoon because I don't know. I have a feeling that this market will continue to recover a little bit. Dow's going to start to bring everything up. We got about 4 hours, 40 minutes before the close today. Dow's down 28, 30 points. NASDAQ's down 587, S&P down 106, and NVDA is a big culprit of that. So we'll see. NVDA, Microsoft, Meta's having a great day. And let's see, AAPL. What's Apple doing here? Apple having a nice day too. So, the tech sector is not busted yet. We'll check back here. We'll see what goes on. Thank you for joining us today. Tomorrow we'll get this OBIS thing worked out, get DVG and myself back on the same page. But you're in good hands with DVG. Hopefully you had a great day, partner, trading.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I'm profitable. Only $448 this morning. So better than a losing day. That's all I can say, right?
True. Yeah, definitely.
But, I will see everybody first thing in the morning. Everybody have a great evening, great rest of your day today. Work hard, study hard. You're in great hands with DVG. We'll see you then. Martins, thank you so much, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I may probably about 11:30. I'm thinking I'll probably be heading out. Watching this Tesla trade. Don't like that it's trying to consolidate. I know 402 is a big level for it, so I'm kind of in there right now. I want to see a break ASAP to the downside. We're seeing it now in the Qs. Tag the 200. So I'm pull it up real quick. This is kind of why we talk about this. Obviously, trade how you want. Cue the disclaimer, right? Speaking of. I am working on those t-shirt designs, by the way, Rick, if you're out there. I know I owe you one, but stay tuned on that. We'll see if we could get those. I got to check the quality first, make sure they're not, etc. So, look out for that here in a bit. Meanwhile, though, we got what we wanted here on the Qs. So I'm up pretty big now on these put options for the Qs. This is nice. If we see additional break underneath, keep an eye on this, the white line here. That's not the VWAP. That is the anchored VWAP from this big drop. So if we see that break, it actually looks like it might be coinciding with the VWAP underneath it. I don't know for sure. Let me see. Yeah, pretty darn close. I'd say it's about the same. But we see this break. We're seeing it right now at the 200. Tried to bounce, stabilize. We just broke below it. Maybe it tries to stabilize a little more. If we see that break, I'm expecting a quick move to the bottom of the day. So if I'm expecting that, that means bulls know that's what bears are wanting to see here. So we might see some fighting right about now. And I'll keep an eye on MSTR. Probably going to be my next trade. Possibly. We'll see. I've got plenty of positions on right now, but let's see them start to pay out, right? So we want Tesla to play out. We got paid on GS already, so I can actually move this one. Oklo, finally getting paid on that, which is nice. So, just trying to be a little patient here. Let's see. Rick, I know, man. I know. Hey, man, you see, like we're, changing platforms. We're trying to go through some of the technical stuff. We'll get it, though. We'll get it. Appreciate you being patient, man. Getting cold waiting for that shirt hot off the press. Oh, Rick. Putting a smile on my face on a Monday, man. I appreciate that. All right. So, I actually don't really like the volume right now in MSTR. Let me see what coin looks like. We were talking about crowd earlier. I might short CrowdStrike here. Snowflake. I don't believe that move at all. Let's do it. CrowdStrike. Let me see what my market order would be. No, I don't like that spread. I'll have to put something in. Let's put it 37374. Here, I think I could post the alert here. CRWG. Let me. Come on. I may have to just market order this CrowdStrike. In fact, I will. There we go. That's terrible. 37301 is what I filled in at. That's the downside of market orders, guys. You saw it right there live, right? I mean, I wanted to get in 373.74. I saw the movement, saw the spread tighten up for half a second. I hit it for a market order, and I get a not such a great fill. So good news is, guys, look at the cues. I'm expecting, see this green bar? Does this help, by the way, if I put in positions like this, like where you kind of get to see, obviously you guys know I'm a big advocate for paying yourself first. So when you're making money, make sure you pay yourself, right? But this is kind of what I want to see. So risk is up here in red for a short position. By the way, if you're curious what a long position looks like, it's just inverted. So the red's on the bottom, green's on the top. But does that help visually to kind of get an idea of what I'm looking for in the trade? Because if I can, I'll try to do that for you guys if it's helpful. I may not be able to do it on all the positions, but you know, if it helps, I'll do it where and when I can. It is helpful. Okay, cool. Jennifer, anybody else? Or is it just too much on the chart? I know Mark will probably be like, no more on your charts, please. Rick, helpful mostly. Okay. I don't know what that means. If you could elaborate on the mostly part, it would help. Because you guys got to remember, we're trying to, build the community. So we want to highlight what works and get rid of what doesn't. Because I know the echo doesn't work. Nobody wants to hear echoes. That's no bueno. We'll get rid of that and figure out what's going on with that. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to grab some 385 strikes on Tesla. I know it's like this week it's earnings. Oh my gosh, they're $11. Maybe I won't. Those are too expensive. I'd rather just own the stock. All right, maybe not. Maybe not. All right, here comes CrowdStrike. Let's see if we get the break now. We're up already, 2.5 or so. I'm looking for a break under this 3.8 target. So let me do this again. That's it. Yeah. So we were in at 373. There it goes. Stop loss would be right there. There we go. And I wish there was a way to do like a partial. So I'm looking for a move to about there. And then really want to see more of a move like that. So I'll get paid, if we start to move directionally in favor, but I really want to see it down in this area. And here come the cues. So right now with my options, I will not take any of my options off because I've got a big chunk right now. But I won't until I see the low of session. So 510.53. So I want to see a big break now below 511.5. We should get it. And then Aquila, I'm actually going to take a little more off here. Tesla, we should get the break now. Again, 397, ideally 395, fingers crossed. But if we break 395, then I'm, 390 is for sure. Shouldn't say for sure. Cue the disclaimer. Cue the disclaimer. Guys, keep an eye on NVIDIA down at 118. I'm eyeballing it for potentially does it bounce? And if it does, it might be fun to buy some there. We'll see. We're seeing a broader sell-off here. See if we can get it in crowd. It's kind of moving slow, but IWM also looking interesting. Talked about shorting that thing more long term. Just trying to look at options to see what the 14th of February looked like on it. They were a little too expensive. I do like the 31st expiration. The problem is it's only like 4 days away, and we have huge tech earnings this week. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on IWM, and I think it's got a lot more room to the downside. Personally, I think even the pump with Tom Lee and the rest of the bunch, not really justified in my opinion. But who am I to say, right? They've got way more money than I do. I can assure you that. But realistically, if rates do go down, IWM benefits. If rates go up, IWM is going to get wrecked. I don't like the move on JPM anymore. It's just kind of, we're still up on the GS trade, which is fine, but we'll see what it does here at the VWAP. But I think JPM will probably just wrap that one up. You know, we took it for a little win, and I don't feel like holding it if it drops another point or something. So let's see if we get a little bit of a bounce up near the VWAP. So maybe 15, 20 cents from entry and either trim it or dump it. We'll see. MSTR. Wait, can you not hear me, Paul? So right now it stops right up near like 374.5. Great. So Tesla, again, I'd like to see like 395 realistically. I'm going to probably trim up, my entries are like 402, been kind of dancing around all day on that thing. But if we see 397, I'll probably just take a partial there so that I'm not as, heavy on the risk side. But, only two positions I had long today really were GS and JPM. And then we took Microsoft short, got ran over once, then got a better entry and took it for a few points. So I'd say, overall Microsoft was a winning trade today for me. But it's a second chance trade. OKLO, we finally got paid on it. It took forever though. Took forever to get paid on this thing. So hopefully that helps. Paul, can you hear? I mean, you guys can hear me, right? Is it better if I zoom in like this? Who was asking about it? Okay, thanks, Martins. Rick, is that easier to see if I zoom in like that or no? I'm just trying to show like, daily patterns on the left, etc. But is it better if I'm, really zoomed in? So you can kind of get an idea of what we're trying to look for like crowd as an example. Here comes crowd. Let's go. Let's go. Pull the plug. Look, bottom side of the SPY, 592.50. If you see that snap, that could be a problem for markets. We saw it pre-market literally hit that level and bounce. But if we break that level today, that's a problem. Problem level. So I have right now as a channel. We're above it now, which is, I think, good for bulls. So we totally could be still bullish. But if we start getting into a bearish channel on the SPY, I have it from 592.49 to 588.79. That's kind of like the channel, top and bottom. So if you want to mark your charts there, great. But right now we're above that. So we got the move on crowd, but I wanted to see a little bit more follow through. Even if I tried to market fill that, it wouldn't have been good for me. So let's see if we get like 369, 368 print would be awesome. I want to see one big seller step in and see if we get a little bit of fear on crowd. There's not a whole lot of buyers right now stacked up on it. So I see 370, 96. No, 370, 58 is probably the next move. We're getting close there on crowd. Okay, we see a couple hundred shares, about 400 or 500 shares there. Then 370, we've got about 1,000 shares stacked up there, 1,500 shares. So if we break 370, let's say if I get a 3.6 anything print on crowd, I'll take a portion of it off here. Guys, Nvidia's at 118. You guys thought I was crazy talking about 118 when it was at 125. But look at that. So 118.32 right now. They are dumping that. Hence why I said I think this whole chatter about just China AI is nonsense. I think this has a lot more to do with what we've been talking about for the last month. You have bond markets moving higher, equities moving higher, strength of the dollar moving higher, interest rates moving higher. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. And then you had two catalysts, that, you know, one being one that no one's really talking about, aka, you know, Japan raising their interest rates. I think that has a huge impact on names like Nvidia because there's heavy leverage in a lot of these tech names. And so maybe what you're seeing now is people taking that money out of Nvidia, putting it in Meta or putting it in Microsoft, or putting it in Amazon and shifting some of that. But, you know, when you're forced to sell a stock because you have margin calls, like, and you can't afford to pay it because rates went higher, you kind of getting a double whammy there, right? So let's say you bought Nvidia at 130, and let's just say you bought, I don't know, 1 million shares, and most of that is on leverage or margin. Goldman Sachs, Interactive Brokers, JP Morgan, they'll benefit from those interest rates on the margin, but then it forces you got to sell it because you're upside down. If it's at 118, you're upside down 12 points on every share. And your borrowing costs went up. So I don't know. Keep an eye on Nvidia right here, 118, guys. We just got to like 118.08, I think. 118.06. So either we're going to break really hard right now on the Qs, which is kind of what I'm hoping for. 511.5, I'll probably take some off on these put options, but I really want to see, like, I'd love to make like, I don't know, 500% on these things. That'd be awesome. It's totally possible. You know, break underneath the low of day, we get like in the 509 prints, I'm going to be making big bucks on those put options. Okay, Nvidia's down at 117 now, not stopping, straight down. You had to reboot, Paul. Right on. Well, welcome. Oh, you can't see the prices? Okay. I wonder, is it the contrast maybe, or is it, yeah, I might have missed MSTR coin. That's okay. Guys, the Qs are going straight down. So I'm gonna take a partial here on Tesla here in a moment. Let's see a 397 print, hopefully. Qs are in big trouble. This is all open air right here. So let's see, maybe a 509 print would be awesome. 511.5, I'll take some off. We'll still keep a big chunk though. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure how to make that font bigger. Rick, I'll look into it. I don't. Maybe if I like zoom in on the page, maybe I don't know. It's probably in my settings here somewhere. I don't know. Okay, there's a bounce. Not surprising. Again, as I'm talking about it, I'm like, hey, this is open air. This is scary for bulls. What happens? They step in. Because they know if that breaks, it's, you know, problematic. And if 511.5 breaks, that's even more problematic. Then we're starting to look at, you know, what the pre-market looked like. How low did we get here? Was that 502? So like if you guys are wondering why does that level matter, here's an easy way. Just look here pre-market. You see that? Came down, tried to hold it, broke, came back, tried to get above it, resistance. We finally opened and we broke out above it. Now we're at that same level. Do we bounce? This is all high frequency trader, institutional money moving around here. This is not retail traders over here. This is way too much activity. So we break this, well, low of day, and we know we can go all the way as low as 502.5 based on pre-market. So the importance of charting makes it a lot easier though when you see that line, right? Like why does that level matter? Well, there's your resistance, there's your support. So bottomed out, retest, broke. Broke once, undercut, get back over, break down completely, zero, just free fall, right? Buyers step in, get back to that level, try to hold it, becomes resistance, and we're there now. So if we break this level, guys, this could be bye-bye for the markets.
Big bad, they call it. Very bad, actually. It could be very bad for markets.
Make that a little bigger. Qs. Any opinions on shop long? Let's look. Coin's in big trouble, guys. Big trouble. Yeah, this could be interesting. So these names are not really tied to this whole like AI nonsense. I'm not gonna call it nonsense, but like just AI trade, we'll call it. So you got AI trade, which you have power companies, you got the different AI companies, tech companies, etc. And then with earnings coming in, like it becomes even more volatile, right? So names like Shopify, I don't know. Like it depends. Like how long do you want to trade this for? Is it today? Is it tomorrow? I mean, obviously it's right on the day for a moment, not too far away from where it should be. But look left. You've got some big levels kind of in and around here, right? And then you try to hold it, support, all-time highs 120. So I don't know, risk reward. What are you looking at? It's red on the day. Qs are heading down. Tesla's moving down. Like big names are moving down. Shopify, could see rotation in names like this for sure. But it depends on your timing and risk tolerance on this one. I mean, it definitely, it doesn't look terrible. Nice bounce. VWAP 200, holding the 200, like looks okay. But if you start breaking that 200 and Qs keep going lower and Tesla keeps going lower and fill in the blank, everyone else keeps moving lower, then how strong is Shop going to be comparatively speaking? I don't know. Guys, NVIDIA's in really big trouble now. It's at 117.5. Yikes. Okay, let's see a break under 397.50 on Tesla. We'll take a partial there. Qs, again, watching this 51221 level. Do we snap that and continue lower? Question mark. Do this and do this. No. There we go. No worries, Rick. All right, I'm going to dump GS here. Made a nice trade on it. I'm just seeing markets kind of roll over a bit here. And then JPM, we'll trim it. I'll leave some, but I'm not going to leave a bunch to risk here. So I'm going to trim that up right now. Dump GS. Again, overall winning trade on GS. JPM, same thing. I just, trimming up the size. I don't want to risk too much to the downside here on JPM. Something else I want to figure out too is if I were to create, let's say, for example, like a link on this with OBS, like can you guys click on that in the OBS. I don't know that for sure. So I have to figure out how to do that as well. All right, looking out more broadly, it's really not a ton of let's just look at this real quick. It's really like look at AVGO, NVIDIA. I mean, that's a huge move to the downside. What is this? Like, make note of this, go. Like this big of a move, and I get it. Like, I don't know. They're blaming it on this whole, you know, whatever DeepSeek, whatever the heck it's called. But I don't know. That just seems a little fishy to me. But, you know, and then we're seeing rotation into safe names. UNH, Eli Lilly, J&J, Walmart, like relatively safe names. So you could kind of see, like if you took a screenshot of this, you can probably start to dissect which is risk on and risk off type stocks. Like just right here. And you probably have even the 1% right here. So if you want to know, hey, it's risk off in the markets, find the green ones today. There's your answers to where you should be moving money. Like, you know, AT&T, Verizon, obviously having some news. But you know, what makes me a little bit nervous is you got, you know, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, and tech down today. And look how heavy markets are because of it. It just goes to show like how important those two sectors are. But like, all the green names for me mentally, like just looking at this, these are like relatively safe names. McDonald's, Disney, Marriott, you know, travel names doing okay today. Pepsi, Procter and Gamble, like I don't know, those aren't big growth names. They've been kind of beaten down value names. You know what I mean? So kind of interesting if you want to even take note of a day like today, like it shows where there's a lot of leverage, a lot of levered money. So as retail traders, you know, unless you're using leverage as well, like take note of where your biggest risk is going to be in volatile days like today. I'm watching Meta. I'm kind of seeing like where does it stop? If it does, it may not stop today. I'm not going to short it necessarily today, but I am watching it for potential pullback. You know, you figure the difference between here and here. You know, 1% move, 6 points. When you grab 100 shares of that, that's $600. So I'll keep an eye on it. Unbelievable. Talked about this level. Hey, if it breaks, we're in big trouble. Look at all the bulls step in because they know what that means. That's unbelievable. Are we back to playing games again? Maybe it's better to be bullish than bearish. I'm going to close out CrowdStrike for a loss here. Small position. It's okay. Just hoping we get a bigger run to the downside. And then, you know what? Tesla, messing around a little too much. Probably wrap a little bit. I'm going to trim that. So it's technically a partial, so we make some money on it, but I just don't want to risk that big random spike on the day. All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave for the day. I had a nice green day for me, but there's a monster trade on CEG today. Couldn't believe we got as much as we did out of that, and a few others. But listen, if you were able to take advantage of that today, do us a favor, hit the like, subscribe. Even if you are within the room here, it helps our algorithm. So if you don't mind, maybe just popping it open on YouTube and just, you know, hitting the like for us today. That'd be awesome if it was of value to you. But look, we're trying to grow this community. My goal is about 50, I think, right now. Scott's like, hey, let's get to 150 first. I think we'll probably, put that in concrete, etch that on the wall, and then we can all kind of help march towards that 150 goal, and then see if we can kind of scale the room to get to 350. That's kind of my ambition for 2025 here in the room. But again, appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow at the Open. Trade safe. Cheers. God bless.
Okay, DVG, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
No echoes.
No echoes.
There it is.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a minute here. Hold on.